Alright guys, well here we are today. We're tuning in for, what game are we playing again?
Boogeyman 2!
Boogeyman 2. Alright, well you hear that guys. I know there was a lot of requests for this game before, so we're ready to play it now. I'm just trying to get this set up so you guys can see when Little Man uses a controller here.
And guys,
What happened? Alright, here's the controller for you. Let me go ahead and get the webcam on first. Give me 1 second. You can play without. Wow. You can just keep playing.
dang it, I forgot. I forgot. I can't do this.
The backwards? I know, I told you, invert, it throws me off.
Oh no.
Wow.
Is there an option for me to close my closet? Because how is my closet this big?
Right. Alright, let me go ahead and I can't find
Oh, Daddy! I
Yeah.
found my exit!
Oh, that's how you quit.
Yep, right now.
Just an epic wow. Alright, I gotta get us. Look at us.
Really?
We're like hanging off here.
What kind of exit is that? Daddy?
Yeah.
What kind of exit is this? You just go into a house and you die, look. Stop.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, you go into the house and you die. Look, how is that a quit?
Is it too loud for you? Do you have volume control on there or no? Oh shoot. Alright.
It's not too loud.
It's not too loud? You can still hear like the little melody in the background?
Yeah. Oh, look at this carrot. Why does my bunny have red eyes?
I like those sheets though. Makes me want to go woof woof. Or maybe meow meow. I don't know.
Daddy?
What?
I found my exit.
When we're doing all that, you just reminded me of something.
That's not an exit.
Eh,
Hey, I'm scared.
Scared?
Why is this door in my closet?
It's probably the worst door to go through right now. Forgot to change this title.
Daddy?
Yeah.
Look at this.
Not good.
I hate.
Oh, you can hear them.
Daddy?
Wow.
Can I travel out of this town?
Why would you want to travel out of town for?
Look. And they did that at the wrong timing. I turned away from the door too. The scary looking door over there. And they did and scare me as soon as I turned.
See, I love it. Look, your controller, it's moving. They can see.
Daddy?
They can see your movement. That's epic. I like that.
I do not like your viewers, okay? Because as soon as I turned around from that door, I hear as if they're trying to jump scare me.
There's nothing wrong with that.
You want to go first?
Oh. Wow, my trick spot's not working. Hold on. Thomas came in here with the screen, but why is my chat not working?
I'm even scared to even walk in here because that door. Is there a run button?
Wow, why is my chat not working? Shoot. WebSocket disconnected. Hold on, I need to reconnect the WebSocket here. I'm sorry, buddy. Hold on. Guys, I do apologize. All right, so we got our... Why is the chat not popping up? What the heck? All right, maybe I need to turn this off.
Stop that!
Yeah.
Ow!
What happened? Ooh, that's bright.
Ow!
That is very bright.
Yeah, Daddy, what if I just stand right here and the boogeyman... That wasn't me.
Yep, somebody farted.
That wasn't me. Daddy!
What?
Look! It's my real fish! Look! My real fish.
It looks like a bowl of fruity. It looks like Fruity Pebbles. Fruity Pebbles is in there. Fish like wow, that fish actually moves pretty good.
No, look, it's my fish Max.
No, screw it. My chat box doesn't work.
It's my fish Max. He's over there.
Yeah.
Right? See him? Look over there.
I see him.
He's over there, and here's my Max.
All right, so let's take a look around the room here. What are we looking at here?
Wow, Daddy, look, Max is...
I hate that my chat's not working.
Help. Really?
Yeah.
Clapping because I'm...
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second.
Alright, Daddy, ready to start?
Let me get this.
Really, J13? What is that?
There you go. Do it. Do it. You couldn't help it.
No.
Yeah. I told you when you hear it, you
Daddy, no!
you gotta move. Go ahead, you do it. You do it. It's your turn today.
No, it's not
Go
my
ahead. Go
turn.
ahead. You got this. Do it for the audience. Come on. Why not?
This is what they deserve.
Wow. You hear that, guys? You hear that? All right. So I'm having chat issues. I can see your chat, but I can't see your chat.
J13.
If that makes any sense.
J13. This is for you, J13. You know what, Thomas? You just fired me. This is for you. You don't fire me.
All right, guys. So here's what we're gonna do. Today we're doing some Boogeyman 2. You just got double fired.
J13, I got something for you too.
So anyway,
Fire me.
so I got the chat box right there, or technically this chat box is what we're gonna look at the most. Okay, it's gonna have everything, or we can look at this one. But like right here, this one's not working. I don't know why.
No, Daddy, you know what just happened there? He fired me. I walked back in, and he yelled, "You're fired again!" And I
Oh.
walked back out.
Gosh.
That's what he just did.
All right, guys. So you know the deal. We made that post. We are clearing the hard drive, meaning we are beating some games, and I'm removing them because they're just taking up a lot of space.
And
so.
you know what the deal is, guys? It's my dad's turn first.
Yep.
Yep.
You do the honors. He's been bugging me all day about playing some Boogeyman and even Frosty
No.
Nights.
Oh, come on.
All right, that's okay. You'll be all right. Day one should be easy. Be like Friday Nights at Freddy's. You got this. Come on. It's probably just like a walk around the park tour.
Is there an
running.
easy mode here?
I'm not sure if there's an easy mode. Overall, though, the graphics look nice. It looks like it's using the Unreal Engine, or actually, I think it was the Unity, right?
Is there an easy mode here?
I don't think there is, buddy. There's only graphic settings, and that's it. That's all you can really do there, guys.
Really?
You got Donald Trump. You got double fired, right? Thank you, J Beats. I appreciate it, bro.
Hey, this is me when I see my closet open for no reason.
Yeah. So I don't know if I was a kid, if I was a child and I was in this room, the doll, first of all, just creepy, gotta go. The whole horse thing going around in circles, that's just nothing. You only see that in scary movies and video games. If you actually own one in your room, let me know down in the comments because I don't know anybody.
What about the cute panda? And
The panda
cute
seems
photo?
cool. But go close to it. Let's see what the panda's all about. Because there's even a panda picture behind it. Bazoo.
And look, what about the cute frog and the teddy bear and the bunny?
Fire in the hole!
There you go, guys.
A
Jay,
bang, bang.
I'll probably go live sometime this week with like a just chatting stream, and we'll go over sound effects,
Wait,
guys, and
Daddy.
we'll work on it together. Maybe I'll do like a sub-only chat mode that day, so you guys can pick the sounds you guys want for the stream.
Daddy,
What?
tell him how old I was.
Don't worry about it. Just let's go. Let's look at the panda.
Panda.
Wow, look, it actually turns with the thing. That's pretty cool and awesome,
You could turn it on.
right?
Daddy, you could turn the panda on.
Seriously? Turn it on. Why is there a power switch?
Yeah, in the wrong place.
Okay. Ooh, look, Game Boy. Oh, they put a Game Boy in here, and it had to be yellow. So you know what we're playing. Pokemon Yellow, Pikachu. I don't understand why you don't hear your footsteps. So I'm gonna turn my volume up because it's gonna scare me, but it's all good. And the room is very well lit, so you shouldn't be scared right now. You should be fine.
Oh, you say that until I get to the game and it's like...
I know, but that's okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the videos. Wow, I try to say the viewers and video at the same time came out with videos. Wow, videos. Okay. Oh, really? They got a new update. We'll have to check it out for sure. We'll definitely check that out, guys. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. We did a little bit of exploration, and the curtain's actually moving. That's kind of spooky. And let's go ahead and get on to the Boogeyman too, guys. So, little man, let's go ahead. Let's choose a little door, whatever it is. Not the quit door. We're gonna go in that evil closet and see which door he's gonna want to choose. Probably start from the beginning and make it easy. You don't want to start off with the higher difficulty here, guys. Oh wow, that's really good. It's good to see updates, man.
You know what?
Really good
I'm
to see.
going in here fearless. Boogeyman, I'm not afraid of you. You're not real in real life. That means you're not real in this game.
All right, let's do it. So what is on the doors
nope.
anyway? Hold on. What is on the doors? Oh, okay. Hold on. You got new game and continue, and credits.
And that's different languages.
Ah, so we want to do new game because we never played yet.
And then the Nightmare Night.
Yeah, I don't. That door shouldn't even be accessible, right?
It is.
Wow. Maybe that's like a free mode or something, or it's just survive or something.
No, that's when the Boogeyman keeps popping up every second.
Why'd you jump? Wow. So guys, good news. I finally got it to where the sound can work on double headphones. Can you believe it? Oh god. Remember that last time? I was going crazy. I was getting so mad. I'm glad we got to work it out. Yeah. Well, I did just mention about those, Jay. Like I said, we're going to go through those this week. I'm going to do like a sub-only chat live stream, and then just use you guys as the subscribers. You guys are going to let me know in the comments what we're going to want and which audios sounds good. I'm going to need help with sound command names and the sound command alert types. So we'll be all right. All right, buddy. Let's go. All right. Here we go, guys. So you guys, if you look above us right now, I'm going to have the mouse and keyboard. You're going to be able to see my controls as I'm typing them in, and you're going to also see my mouse controls as well. And then the controller is going to be Little Man right now, or AKA Sharklord 257. He's going to be using the, is it lagging? Oh no, it's just you turning the camera. It's so weird how that button or that command even does that.
What?
You mean Lumberjack? Right. Well, Lumberjack's not Lumberjacking it up. We really need to get you through that door, buddy. We're waiting. Come on. I know he watched this on YouTube and all these videos of these other YouTubers doing it. So you should have the courage to do this because you know what's going to happen.
Daddy,
What?
you realize I lied? I've never seen this.
Okay. Then this is your first time, my first time. Double D. Let's go. Come on. They're going to go to sleep. Look, they're doing Z's on you. It's not a YouTube video. It's a live stream, meaning they're waiting. I can't edit, pause the clip, and say here. Uh-oh. And they're playing the jumps. Oh, you guys are... He's going crazy. He's going crazy.
I hate this live stream.
Why do you hate the live stream? They're awesome.
Yeah, them saying, what the deuce?
Oh, man.
Oh, look at my back.
Oh. Seriously? Well, he does know he has school tomorrow, right? You don't have much time. You realize how long you've been sitting here? Like, ugh. Did you just poop yourself? Nope. Come on. You gotta at least do one round before I get started. Come on.
Can I kill myself in the beginning?
Huh?
Can I kill myself in the beginning so it can be your turn immediately?
No, just play it right. Try to survive. Let's see who gets farther. Come on. You got this. Get in there. Anytime now. We've been live for 19 minutes. But we're still in the bedroom. Alright. You got this. Come on.
No.
Come on, guys. We gotta get Little Man hype.
Daddy,
We gotta get him hype.
Daddy,
What?
can you go first?
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Alright. You're gonna...
I go second. I don't have the courage. I want to see how the game works. Okay?
Okay.
I want to see how the game works.
You're gonna kill my battery. So I think what I'm... Nah, it'll be fine for now, actually. Alright, guys.
Really? 19 minutes and took 2 steps.
Wow. All right, guys. So here we go. I'm taking over now. So you'll see the mouse and keyboard buttons here with me here.
I want to see how this whole game works. Come on.
All right. So why do I feel like a midget? I'm playing as a child, obviously. Look at our room. All right. So we got ooh, there's a shark for you. What is with that shark's mouth though? Like,
How dare you talk to my shark friends
Look,
that way.
We got Fusion Gamer and Piggy Banks. This kid knows how to save money. Not gonna ask what those two things are. And creepy. Nightmare
Daddy?
mode, here we go.
Daddy, don't do that. You can't do that until you do the full game.
How you know? Caught him! Alright, here we go, guys. We're gonna go to the...
Dad, look at the door behind you.
Alright, I'm putting the volume on.
Daddy, look at the chair.
Shh, you can't yell so much.
Look at the chair over there.
Uh-uh.
Will you be my mommy?
No! I'll be your daddy.
Don't worry, mommy. I'm your friend. I won't hurt you.
And I don't trust you.
Tell you something. He's coming for you, mommy. He's close. I can feel him. He can taste your fear.
How do I...
Your fear is delicious to him. His eyes are sensitive, mommy.
Why is it... Why is she so low?
You
That's your voice.
find the light, mommy. Something bright. Something really bright.
Oh.
It's not bright.
Can I take off my headphones?
What? I can't hear. I can't hear.
Don't scare him away.
Have the panda save us.
I don't know. It looks like he's a light. She said find something with a light. What the? How do you do that? Okay. We need to find a light, so I gotta go out there?
You gotta walk in the house.
Oh, we can actually explore?
Yep. You can walk in the house.
No.
Hey, Daddy. I have something to tell you.
Wow. I thought that was kind of cool for a second. I wanted to free roam. Oh, he's in a closet, that's for sure. Oh, she said find something with a light.
Dad.
Oh.
That'll do very nicely. They've got a pretty glow. Get back into bed. You need something more focused, though.
Oh, I turn the light on.
Dad, if I were you, I'll stay in that corner. The fish! Daddy saved the fish.
Wait.
Save the fish.
Oh, I charged my batteries.
Follow your light's energy. He can train it away when you use it.
Daddy, he's right there.
Use your ears as well as your eyes, mommy. Hear him before
Daddy, he's right there.
Where?
Once the morning light comes, he'll
Right-
fade away.
Over. Look, right there.
All right, guys, we gotta listen.
Daddy, why is there a crack in the closet?
I don't know. It's been cracked. All right. The game audio seems low for you too. Oh no, you don't.
He lifted up the window.
I can't pause the game. I gotta raise the audio. Look, it's so low for them.
Comes from the vent.
I hear something. You gotta try to come under from under the bed. Okay.
Help!
He's coming through the vent.
Um. Why'd he turn the light off over there? No, you don't. This is the longest time of my life. I need to raise the audio. They can't hear it. Nights one are always usually pretty easy in these games. Come on. Why can't I use my light?
It's not fully charged. Look, they're white.
Wow, it looked the same to me. Can you go behind the curtain? This is harder. I gotta use my senses and hearing, guys. After this round, I'll bump it up. Yeah, I'll bump up the volume here soon for you guys, okay? Bear with me. I'm sorry. It is really low.
Daddy! Check the door.
Hold on. How long is this night? Uh-huh. Saw that little hand trying to come in
You
here.
need one like this.
Bear with me, guys. All right, doll lady, well, you're not helping me or what? Man, I should have bought a plug-in flashlight. You're recharging the battery. Why would you recharge the battery every 2 seconds? Nope. Nope. Oh, she's watching. He hasn't done the vent in a while. All right, survive it up, guys. Survive it up. Man, I thought we were gonna go through around the house. I was gonna say that would have been epic.
I thought this would have been scarier. Well, apparently this is like Frosty Nights.
Yeah, I mean these games are cool.
Hey, this is like Frosty Nights but Boogeyman version, right?
Right, yeah, pretty much. I want to get off the bed. I can't even see my arm. What the heck, where'd my arm go?
Took it.
All right, he's gonna get new spots though. I'm listening right now.
Door. Daddy!
Wow, 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 wow! You made it sound like something was here. Nope. I think we gotta survive till 6 o'clock. All right, we
6
just
a.m.
had a comment right here. I need you to look at the comments for me too, okay?
I had to turn my volume up to hear the dog talk.
There's also one right there. Yeah, that's actually Miss Atari from on Xbox. Oh, that's it? I'm done?
Trust that. Look, Daddy. Look, charge your batteries.
I think we're done. Wow. That's a long time to wait, though. Yeah, so I remember when I played this game. See, hold on.
I know you want to tell your mom.
Daddy.
Is the game frozen? Can you move with the controller? Oh god, it's still active.
Not really there. Don't let him trick you.
I need to change the audio, man. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Give me a second, guys. I know. I had to get the audio fixed. All right, guys. So far, so good. We're trying to stay away from the boogeyman. You guys should be able to hear it better now, I think. Something ain't right. He's gonna have a new place, but where?
That.
A tent, maybe? Or the teepee?
Maybe underneath the bed.
Got him. He's still a little slow, which is good.
And you know what I think it is?
What?
He travels around the house slowly. See? Travels around the house, like from the outside he access.
These batteries are not that good. Where'd you buy these batteries? At like the dollar store or something?
Yep.
You don't do that.
Because you never know when you're gonna leave.
What does that mean? Oh, he's coming into the closet now. Not good, guys. He's turned the lights off. Oh, gosh. Oh, I see his handprints, too.
Right?
Very creepy indeed. He's trying to get me.
Why is he trying to go after you?
I have no idea. Oh, it's a good song. He's trying to go in two places at once. Oh, you sneaky son of a gun. Trying to fool me? Yeah, he's moving quick now. I gotta be careful. He's darkening all the rooms. I can't see. Man, I use that light for what? 2 seconds? Not even. I'm doing this, I don't run out. Too dark. Spooky. It's only 4 in the morning, guys, so we still gotta survive it up. Gotta turn this up so I can hear better. Woo wee. Yeah, don't remind me, Jim. I like that there's no pause in between. You tried to sneak up on me. He's gonna turn off all... He's gonna turn off all my lights soon. Man, I'm starting to not remember what they sound like. Oh gosh, guys, we gotta survive it. We got him. Oh gosh. Why is my
Fishbowl red.
the heck? Too dark. Sneaky little you. Few more seconds here, guys.
Need a few more minutes?
Well, technically, yeah. Alright, it's getting harder, guys. Alright, we got the creepy doll just doing nothing like always. We got ourselves here. Gotta live it up, survive it up. That's it. Daytime's here.
Oh yeah, third
Poor
night.
kid, he never goes to sleep. He probably sleeps during the day and stays up all night just at the edge of the bed. All right, day 2 or night 2. You sure you don't want to do it? You don't make me play the whole game. Oh God.
Yeah, because after I see...
Shh,
what
why are
the
you
boog-
screaming?
No, because after I see the boogeyman going like this,
Mm-hmm.
You're
And then-
doing so good, Mom.
and turning off all the lights,
Don't give
I'm not
up.
playing.
Just keep fighting.
I had some...
Oh, now the vent stays open.
That's spooky shit.
So that means I gotta watch.
Because he can just go like... right?
Yep.
That's...
What the? He almost came in.
Wait, did he? I want to see him.
All right, hold on, hold on. Please. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go.
Vet.
All right.
Vet.
I seen you. I seen you. I charge it every second I can because these batteries drain so fast. I just realized the picture's different.
I
What?
like
What
this
picture?
body. It feels so close to my old one.
Look, there's not the panda picture behind him anymore.
It's him.
It's him. How dare you switch my pictures around? Boogeyman, that's very nice of you. I'm gonna give you
Wait.
my flashlight.
Wait, Daddy, did we draw that?
Witness the power of my flashlight.
Did we draw that?
We probably did.
Keep being it. No. You do not do that.
Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Probably new spot.
If you can beat him,
Holy moly!
okay?
Got scared, bro.
She said.
Wrong.
She said something. I hate when it's so dark. I can't see nothing. Missed it again.
What?
He was literally hanging out of the closet. You know, this kid makes me play the game you ain't even watching. You see this, guys? Oh!
He came out like nothing. He's like, you want to give me a hug? Right?
He almost got me.
They actually changed him to make him look like a devil. Right?
Uh-huh, and he's moving quick, too.
Dun, dun, dun. Ooh.
I saw you in that vent. He's sneaky in that vent. I can't hear him. I gotta look for eyes.
Is that the first time you ever seen him?
Shh, shh, shh. Yeah.
No, that's bad. He's coming from the vet then.
Let me charge these bad boys up a little bit. You're not getting me. You're not getting me. Not tonight. I'm a powerful kid.
When it gets too dark, Mommy, try to look for the glowing eyes.
He went under the bed. Wait, what just happened? Did he get me?
He went underneath the bed. No.
When it gets too dark, look for the glowing eyes.
This is some creepy shenanigans.
You sneaky little you.
No, Daddy. I think he appears there and goes underneath the bed and disappears.
Yeah, he does. He's getting closer.
Oh, I'm scared now.
Can't see. I can't see nothing.
You're checking there now. Make sure he's not standing there.
Right, and he likes it.
Saw that?
Yeah, this guy. Woo-wee. We got a comment down there. What do we have?
What?
You try to get in the room with me.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Can't say it. Can't say it.
Oh, hey, what's going on there, Randy? How's it going, bro? Oh, shit, I think he's in here. Woo-wee.
Look at my face. Hey, what time is it? Come on!
What the shenanigans? That thing started playing, I couldn't hear.
He's trying to trick you.
Alright, alright. I don't think so, buddy.
The Oogie Boogie Man.
I see no eyes.
He hides them. Tom, he put his head down like this.
Ooh-wee. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my god, that was hard. How many nights are there?
5, like Frosty Night. You still got 2 more to go, boy.
Run away? I want to run away. I can't take a break, man. Like, I'm tired. Oh, gosh. Hey, what's going on, man? Yeah, I think things are looking pretty good, bro. Things are looking pretty good. I'm glad hopefully things are going great with you as well.
Something else is coming.
Something else?
Something with claws and fangs and fur. I can feel it. He's hungry too. It wants you.
Oh, we're in trouble. How come I can't charge my... Can't charge my batteries? Oh, wow, it's a dog.
What? I'll trust that dog.
Oopsie. It's just your doggy.
I can't charge my battery. This must be just part of the game. I think this is...
Wait, Daddy. You think he sits on our bed and tells us when he's standing there?
I don't know, maybe. I don't know. We're about to find out right now, though. See what's
We
going
have
on
a
with this.
dog! Oh, it's so
Oh,
cute.
now the night started.
The dog stayed with us.
So what does the dog do for me? Really? So what do you do for me, bro? You gonna get Boogeyman for me or what?
I think he
Stop
might
treating your
have
dog
to
like
the
that.
floorboards.
What she said? Wow. You left the window open. Now I know where he comes from. I gotta spot him. But the vent's closed now, but now the window, I won't be able to hear the window. Alright, let's charge it up, guys. We gotta be safe about this. What's the next comment? Or hold on, I'll read it in a second. Sorry, Randy. This is one of those games where the boogeyman's after me. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully things are going great. Hopefully.
He's getting really, really angry, Mommy. He wants you so, so very much.
Well, he's not gonna have me. He's not allowed. I'm not on the menu. That's right there. What's up? Oh,
You're like,
Close
"Arr."
your eyes, Mommy.
How'd he get in there?
Where we at? Is this death?
Oh, we continue on 4. That's not bad.
Is this death?
Really? Hey, Crow. You know where the crow's nest is? Oh, guys, he got me, man. I didn't even see how he got me, though. All right, so we're at night 4. It's your turn, buddy. Come on, do one for the stream. Oh, my gosh.
Can I just sit here?
The boogeyman got us!
Can I just sit here playing my Rise of Berg, How to Train Dragon to you play some
No, because you
Boogeyman?
got a few minutes and you got to go to bed. We'll probably have to do Frosty Nights another night, but I want to at least get through all 5 nights.
You can do that yourself.
Yeah.
Bye.
Well, here, you do one round, and then I'll do the next. I gotta step away for a moment anyway. All right,
Go
guys.
to bed.
You going to bed?
Yep.
Okay, I think he chickened out, guys. He said nope. He said
Hey,
nope.
Daddy, I got something to tell you.
What?
Look.
All right, guys. All right, so we're gonna continue on that night number 4 here, guys. In just a moment, I will be right back. Right back. Right back. I won't be too long. I'm gonna just grab me a bottle of water, guys. Hold on, give me one moment, okay? Just a moment here.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muévete para aquí, muévete para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
Alright guys, let's go ahead and continue back where we were. Now, the boogeyman got us, so that takes us out of that night number 4 that we had there. Let me go ahead and get this up here so I can see your comments better, guys. Look at Tommy's dancing away there. Right, dude, I remember them days, bro. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's get this night number 4 back in play, guys. Boogeyman got me this time. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do?
I think he might have found a way onto the floorboards.
Can you guys hear the game good, or is it still too low? Yeah, if it's still too low, guys, I'll remove the second headset that he had. What's the point of the dog? I don't get what's the point of the dog, though. He don't even protect me from the boogeyman. He just lets the boogeyman grab me. What kind of doggy is this, right? Something about...
He's getting really, really angry, Mommy. He wants you so, so very much.
Alright, we gotta be very careful here, guys. Very cautious. Boogeyman wants me bad. It's good now? Okay, so you guys can hear the game, so wait. Well, it's a very quiet game, too, though, you know. It's a very, there's a couple scenes where it's real quiet. So where's he come from?
He's breaking his stolen soul into pieces.
What?
There's more than one now.
Oh,
Be
there's...
careful.
There's more than one now. I think he got me. Dang it, I saw him.
When it gets too dark, Mommy, try to look for the glowing eyes.
The heck, I'm stuck. Oh, you're doing it. That's why. Oh, he's gonna do one, guys. Okay, cool. You're gonna need the headphones, though. Hmm?
Oh.
Alright, here we go.
Oh no, I don't like that.
Yeah, there's two of them. That's how he's getting me. That second one is quiet. All right, little man, it's all up to you, bro. The world is in your hands.
Not literally.
Virtually, yeah. But they need your help.
I don't think I have the sound anymore.
No?
Oh, I do.
Well, what happened? Oh, you got it. He's making a new hit DJ audio track. You're lucky I got you tonight 4. You skipped 3 nights. Must be nice. Alright guys, here we go. It's little man's turn. Oh, but you got infinite flashlight now. Must be nice. What kind of batteries are in those? Grab them, take them with you. Oh, look at that. It's like we're going through. It's like we're flying in space.
We are.
Right? It's like a galaxy.
Daddy, look.
Mm-hmm.
We're going through space.
Alright.
What's back here? Okay. Ready.
You ready? Go for it. I gotta refresh this.
I can't hear anything when you do that.
I know. You're good. Alright, come on.
No! I didn't mean to!
What'd you do? Remember, battery life, careful. Gotta charge it. He leaves it on. You're gonna run out.
I
think it's
he
this
might
one.
have
Daddy, I don't know!
This one charges.
Daddy!
Come on, what are you doing?
I don't know. Can't do it!
Why can't you do it? It's easy here, but once there gets 2 of them, it gets really hard.
Oh.
I can't charge it so much like I used to. I need your help to tell me where he is.
Okay.
I need your ears.
Take that window!
What does the dog do? Like, later on he started sniffing. Oh, when he's sniffing, that means the one's on the ground, I think. I think. I'm not 100%.
Daddy, closet!
He's getting really, really angry, Mommy. He wants you so, so very much.
Well, he can get angry all he wants, because he ain't getting like this. Don't you wish this spooky man can get me? He will never get me, because at night I see all of them. Oh, gosh. Where's the other ones? Yeah, when the dog is sniffing, I gotta watch the ground.
He's breaking his stone
Oh, gosh.
so into pieces. There's more than one now. Be careful.
Got him. Comes from the tent. It's easier with the mouse because you can like move quick.
He's looking at you through the raven's eyes.
Wow. I don't think so. Oh
Is
shoot.
that the silent one?
He's
Take the ground tent!
He just opened that and he left it open. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Told you,
Ooh.
Chad.
Ooh! I don't think so. Well, where else are you? Dang it! Scaring me.
2 hours left.
Shoot. I'm on top of my game right now, guys. Oh, yes, I am. Nice and easy, nice and simple. Watch our back, watch our grounds, watch our ceilings.
Watch our windows.
Watch my batteries.
Watch your windows.
Watch our windows.
Watch our tents. The tent! Welcome.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know, I know, I know.
I told you he was in the tent.
The dog was sniffing again. Why?
Ah.
Come on. Where are you? Sneaky little you. I need to turn my brightness on. That's it. Ooh-wee. Man, I can't see him though when he was in the dark. It's the final night?
I think.
This is where things get crazy, guys. We're gonna beat it.
Make you worry or anything, Mommy. But he's under your bed. I don't think your doggy likes him being under there either.
Oh.
That's why the dog's sniffing.
Okay, so when he growls, he growled. Oh, gosh.
Hey, what's that in the window? Perfect timing.
Wow. Okay. Seriously? You hear this guy? Ooh, you sneaky little bugger.
What's that noise?
He was under my bed.
No, the like snake sound.
That was him growling. Oh shoot. Oh gosh. He's coming in hardcore, guys. Oh gosh.
3 more hours.
It's a long 3 hours. Real easy, guys. Real easy. Come on. Come on! Dang it! I saw him too. Oh, like I don't. That
Don't let him win.
couldn't retract. Man, that's not fair, man. Like, why is it so slow to charge the battery? I double clicked it and it made me double look at it. Like, that's stupid. Oh my god. That handicapped me. It's all good though.
Not to make you worry or anything, Mommy. But he's
Wow.
under your bed. I don't think our doggy likes him being under there either.
I got it this time, guys. That's it. It's showtime.
Dad, you already got him. Remember, you heard the. You got him.
Right. I gotta make sure I don't click too much, because I clicked too much last time and he got me with that. Man. Getting hard, man. Come on, just a couple more, guys. Left the door open.
Dad, look.
No, I know, I see the ball. I'm not worrying about the ball. Try to come in here. Alright, nice and easy. No, I don't think so.
D in threes?
I know he's coming, he's coming. Come on.
Dad, 2 more hours.
Recharge. Come on. A little more, guys. A little more.
Dad, would you be mad if it went on to night 6?
I'll go crazy. I think so.
I don't.
Man, this whole minute I saw a lot of them already.
Remember when 4 of them appeared?
Oh, I know. Like that.
One more hour.
Got him. Come on. Come on. We almost came in here. Nice and safe, guys. Come on. He really wants to get me, don't he? Alright, it's complete.
But then I forgot you still had an hour. It was 6 o'clock. But yeah.
Come on. Almost there, guys. Almost there. A little bit more. A little bit more. Oh gosh, come on. Where are you, boogeyman? Oh, night 5.
Look at your dog, look!
What's wrong with his eye? What the heck? Why does he look possessed? Wow.
Wait, Dad, are we in a hurricane? Are we in a tornado with the boogeyman?
Fast. Don't panic though, Mommy. Just keep the rhythm going. You can last. Not too much longer. You'll be safe.
Daddy.
I think this is the last one. Whoa!
Wow.
Come on.
Are we in a tornado?
I don't know. It's very, very bad storm, though.
How does the boogeyman come out from the...
Can you stop with the balls? Come on, dog. You should be helping better than that. Man, he just opens that curtain wide open, just comes right in, right? Come on, any more? Yes, I see you. A little more, guys. It's only been an hour and a half. Oh, God. This is a full-time job, man. Ooh, he came at me like crazy. Nope. Nope.
Hey, the bed. Look, your dog's hissing.
This is crazy. I gotta know when to charge, man. Come on.
Then I jinxed you. Then like 6, I jinxed you.
Wow. My hand's getting tired. God. Charge it up, charge it up.
Dad, 2 more hours.
Shh, the longest 2 hours of my life. Holy sh!
Holy shrimp.
As well as your eyes, Mommy.
Holy shrimp.
That was a different one or whatever. Like, he got me at a weird angle. Dang it. No! Oh, yeah.
I do not touch this controller. It's not my turn.
You might beat it. Yeah, it's crazy,
Daddy,
bro. The boogeyman.
Daddy, if you touch your keyboard, you play.
I know. The boogeyman's coming up in there, guys. Coming after me. Man.
You saw it?
Hold on. My hand is tired. Holy crap. I'm turning around. Like, hold on, guys. Hand workouts. Come on. What do you guys think so far?
Daddy, I think I.
By the way, shout out to J13, guys, for donating this game for the stream. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for that.
I think you got mad a little bit because when I said, "What if this goes on?" Because I said, "What if this goes on night 6?" And look what happened.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, Daddy, I got something to tell you.
What? I know. Have a seat, buddy. All right. Oh, come on. I gotta win this, man. I'm gonna do this again.
It's funny how I'm the one who wanted to play it, but yet not play it.
All right, we got the doggy on the bed with us. We got our flashlight.
I'll play.
We're on night number 6. We gotta survive it up, guys.
He's getting really fast. Don't panic, Mama. Just keep your rhythm going. You can last. Not too much longer. You'll be safe.
So I gotta charge my batteries very frequently, guys, because I can run out. I can run out of battery power, which is never good. And then I gotta look for the boogeyman. The boogeyman is splitting into several forms of his own self right now, guys, so I gotta really watch. Alright, where are you? Come on. Keep these batteries charged up. Ooh, I almost screwed up. Ooh-wee. Come on. A little more, guys. A little more. Alright, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna look at the comments in just a moment, okay? Yeah, you thought it was an exploring yard. That would have been nice. I thought it was too. So this is like, just like the Frosty Nights game where you're just kind of stuck in the room. What else do we have, guys? Come on, what else do we have? Dang it, really? My God, dude, please don't run by me. You're not having that right now.
Look for the glowing eyes.
I never showed you this one? Yeah, I know. What are you doing? You know what? It's time for bed. Alright. Well, stop running back and forth because you just got me killed. Oh my god, I don't like this night, man. It's not even that it's hard, it's just... Wow. Yeah, even Jay said the same thing. He thought it was one you can actually explore the house. Like, I don't mind these kind of games, but I like the ones where you can actually move around. It gives you like that, like freedom exploration. But that's okay. It's okay. It's still a good game. Where's the Exorcist doll? Dude, it's actually sitting on the chair right next to me. I'll show you real quick. Sitting right there, bro. Come on, man. It's so slow.
Just keep the rhythm going. You can last. Not too much longer now. You'll be safe.
I got this. He knocks me off the bed and grabs me. Gets
does
lucky,
he?
yeah. He gets lucky with that. That's how he got me last time.
Wait, I want to see that.
He knocked me off and pulled me under the bed.
I want to see that.
No, I want to beat this night.
I want to see that. Can I see? Wait, Daddy. Why is that picture color of the boogeyman now?
Thank you. Oh man, come on. I can't even enjoy looking at the game. Ugh.
Look, seriously, Daddy. Look. Before the game starts, look.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely more immersion, you're right.
He's getting really fast. Don't panic though. Just keep the rhythm
I'm shining the light at him, but it doesn't count sometimes. It doesn't register.
longer now. You'll be safe.
Oh gosh, come on, close it. Why my nose got to itch at the most worst bad time? It's like when it gets real dark, I can't see his hands. Dang it! I'm getting impatient now. If I leave, does it stop? Like, am I don't start at night 6? Aw, man, like I'm getting impatient.
After night 6.
It is? Well, it feels like it's the final night. It better be, because if it's night 7, I'm good. Look, I can't do anything. I can't even drink. Alright, that's it. That's it. You want to play hardball?
Don't panic though, Mommy. Just keep the rhythm going. You can last. Not too much longer now. You'll be safe.
Nice and easy. These batteries are really bad. I gotta find out where his hand is. Come on. He tricked me. Come on. I gotta watch that vent, 'cause he keeps getting me because I can't see him or hear him no more. So that vent in the window, I got two death spots now to worry about. trust that vent. It doesn't come in through the window though. Well, not that one anyways. Man, I gotta look all crazy fast and stuff. I need a charge. Come on. A little bit more. Wish the dog was more useful. See, oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. He almost had me.
He pulled all the way back. He's our own baby.
Ooh. Why's she rocking her chair? Oh, now he's in that corner? Come on. What's wrong with my dog? Ooh-wee. God. Nope. Trying to sneak up on me? I don't think so, buddy. That was my time to charge. I didn't charge it. Woo! Woo-wee! Woo! Oh, he got me. No, he didn't?
You lucky. 1 hour left. 9, 10, 10.
Ooh! Come on, sometimes he doesn't glow. Come on, really? Oh, 15 seconds, man.
Try to look for the glowing eye.
I don't care. I beat the game. All right. Dang it. Like,
One more try.
I can't see. Like, I'm about to increase my contrast on my monitor. Like, that's bull crap. It's too dark, and you give me a flashlight that lasts only a couple seconds. Bull crap's not a bad word. It's fine. My God, that makes me mad. Like, oh. Buy new batteries, kid. Won't be going to the dollar store no more for those. Like, what are those? Like, Everlast or whatever the heck they're called. Or what's the other ones? Even the Panasonics,
Wait,
I think
Daddy,
sometimes I'm
did
not
he
that
just
good.
drag you underneath the bed?
He dragged me from such a far distance. Like even the game didn't even realize he grabbed me because it didn't even give me like an animation. It just pulled me and that's it. That's all we saw. Man, come on. My hand hurts. It's too much. I can't keep turning my mouse like that. Like it's not even challenging. It's hurting my hand. Like, if I only look left and right like this, fine, but it got me turning around all different directions. I don't care if it doesn't remember Midnight 6 or not. Honestly, I think I made it pretty far, pretty good, and I still think I beat that part. That was baloney, man. I wish I could have ran around the house, though.
Daddy, how about this?
What?
I give you rest for your hands. One night. One night. Here. No, Daddy, don't close it.
No, I'm not closing in that, but I'm gonna do this. How many nights are in Boogeyman 2? Two, 3, night 6. Night 6 must be the last one. This game came out in 2007? What?
And Frosty Nights came out in 2006. Daddy,
What?
Frosty Nights came out in 2000. He upgraded it in 2000.
Oh, guys, we were right there. Oh.
Want me to face him? I swear, if I face him, he ain't gonna pass
Yeah,
me.
well, just beat it for me. Come on. Do one round at least.
Okay, this is gonna be a little challenging, I'll say.
Oh, let my hand take a break. After this, you gotta go to bed.
Why am I flash?
Are you gonna do it or not?
Daddy, the flashlight turned off as soon as I went over there.
Just go through the continue. Why? Because you ran out.
That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Countdown.
3, 2, 1, go. All right, here we go, guys. So, you need headphones. You gotta hear them. You can't play without hearing them.
No! How did
You're leaving your lights on too long.
Just keep the rhythm going.
I don't know!
Not too much longer now. You'll be safe.
That's hard to do it that way, isn't it?
Huh? Oh, Boogeyman, I see you.
Good job. Right? Oh my gosh.
Daddy, I don't like this.
Under the bed.
Ah! 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 Ah!
Don't panic. You gotta move.
How did I do that?
Shh, don't yell. Don't yell. There you go.
Am I surviving for a long time?
You're surviving for a long time. You got this.
No, I don't like that. No. No, my battery. Daddy!
You forgot to charge.
Ah! I'm dead.
You didn't charge it.
Don't let
Your turn. Welcome. How far did I get?
You got pretty far. No, and supposedly this is the last night. You did pretty good, because this is the hardest one. Bye-bye. Oh, it goes breaking my hands again.
Hey, I did it wrong.
fast. Don't panic though. Just keep
I need to really.
You can't say that was.
This is hurting my eyeball sockets doing this. Like, I'm gonna do it one more time. Come on, I flashed you already. How are you still alive? Come on. In the curtain. Come on, Kimbo, we gotta survive the final night. Making a lot of noise. That wind is so loud, like, can I shut the window? Okay, come on. 3 o'clock. I got this.
He's looking at you.
I'm surviving it up right now. We're doing good. So what is my dog even doing, bro? Like, do something. Help me. Come on. This is the most... I would never buy this dog. If I ever go to a pet store, I would never buy this. Oh my god. Like, I don't want to do it again. Like, I don't. It's... I think I'm good. I think I did good enough. I want to beat it, but then I don't want to do that again. We're on night 6. I was literally like 15 seconds away from beating it. Like, ridiculous. I had some sounds going on at the time, and I got messed up and interfered. Go ahead, if you're going through, go through. Like, come on. What are you doing? Are you playing or not?
If you want to play,
Okay, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But just don't be like going back and forth. Like, it's annoying. All right, I'm gonna do this one more time. Thank you, Johnny. It's my last one, guys. If I win it, win it. If not, oh well. We get the idea of what the game's about. There's not an actual story to this game, so. He got me already. Look, I'm impatient. He got me while I'm at the batteries or whatever.
Close your eyes, Mommy.
I'll be quiet, dog. You're useless. The dog is useless. Can I get somebody else in the room with me that can help me?
me?
I keep forgetting when the dog's barking. I keep forgetting to check.
Panic though, Mommy. Just keep the rhythm going. You can last. Not too much longer now. You'll be safe.
Don't be opening the window. Come on. Well, I don't know if he like changes every... Oh, seriously? He's gonna leave it open now. I hate when the window's open because I can't hear. All I hear is wind, 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 wind. Really? Like, how'd it get me from way over there?
When it gets too dark.
Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. This is cheating, bro. Wow. Didn't you see me flash him?
Hmm?
It's like the game didn't register me. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good, guys. Like, I want to play a real horror game. Like, I want to explore, move around. Like, I don't like that being confined to a single spot. Like, it's not bad,
But you like Frozen
but there's
Night.
just I feel so limited. Like, I can't do anything. I can't move. I'm just turning my camera around. This could be a mobile game for anything. I mean, you don't need much controls, you know. But I get what the game's doing. You know, it's not a bad game. It's not my kind of horror game. Like, I don't like being just stuck. You know, I want to move and do things. And like here, we get this freedom movement, and it's awesome. And when you get to the bedroom, you're stuck. Wow. Video lied. Yeah. So what did it say, Jay? Yeah, it's giving me a headache though. Definitely, Miss Atari's definitely is, but it's okay though. I mean, I'm trying. Blah, 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 I can't even talk right now. Like, I'm just like aggravated and annoyed, but I want to beat it. Like, you ever play like a game and like you want to beat it, and then you get so close, then you get impatient, then you keep losing, and then you're just like, I can't stop, but then you want to stop, and you just can't make up your mind. You become undecisive, and you just don't know what to do anymore.
I'm doing that on my game when I used to play this game, and I reinstalled it, and I got so frustrated because I couldn't get this one dragon I wanted. I uninstalled it. So I know what you're feeling.
We're playing Boogeyman. It's the Boogeyman game.
He's getting annoyed because Boogeyman over there at the window caught him.
Because he's glitching. Like, I grabbed him at the time. I flashed my light in his face, and he still grabbed me. Like, no. Now I'm gonna have to find a workaround for that because he's gonna keep getting me. Oh, dear gosh. Let me move this mic out of my way. It's all up in my face, like I can't see anything. He ain't getting fast. Like, I'm tired of moving my camera so fast. I think next round I'm just gonna turn on my brightness. I mean, if he can see in the dark, I want to see in the dark too.
Wow.
Yeah, screw it. I don't care. I'm gonna beat this level.
Wait, Daddy, did you really turn up the brightness?
No, but I'm going to. After this round, I will. Like, I can't see him when he's like over here. I can't see him. He's under the bed. He almost had me. Let me watch the tent because he's gonna grab me again. I don't think so, buddy. Come on, it's only 3 o'clock. Jeez, he's everywhere. Come on, really? I'm done.
Don't let him win.
Turn up your brightness.
Give me a second, guys. I'm about to cheat on this one because this is annoying. It's not even a challenge anymore. Brightness. See how? Come on. Like, I'm getting so annoyed. I'm breaking everything right now.
I don't think it made a difference.
Did it?
Oh, yep, that's making a difference.
Brightness is going to be 100 and all right, let's see what happens. I don't know if this is gonna help or not. What's wrong with my sensitivity? Why is it so high?
He's getting really fast. Don't panic though.
Yeah, I should just wait the next day, right? And make it much better for me.
Last. Not too much luck. Try to save.
I wish you could like start halfway in the night. Alright, charge it up, guys. We can do this. Come on. We just gotta think of this very easily here, and I can get through this. Alright, we're charging it up. We're charging it up. Alright, let's charge up. Don't think so. Come on. And he's coming out. Of course he is. Ooh, got lucky on that one. Trying to sneak up on me. Right around this time is where he gets hard. No, why are you at the battery? Oh my god. Nah, I'm super done.
Try to look for the glowing eyes.
Looks like cheat code. Dude, my brightness didn't even help, bro. Like, the way they got the darkness in this game, I'm good. I'll watch the ending on YouTube. Look at this. I'm getting infuriated at the moment.
Daddy, you're in the game again.
No, I'm not. Turn this back. Good. When the game makes me that mad, it means stop now before I rage quit. And that's why I'm rage quitting anyway, but I'm not. That wasn't even. Man, I won that. I don't even care. I won
Sorry,
that.
Daddy.
Ah! Nah, you're fine. I won that fair and square, though. Like, there was no way. No way. Like, if the game glitched on me and I get punished for it, like, kind of snaps that. Yeah, I'm good with this, guys. Alright, so I'm gonna conclude this one. Night 6. I mean, obviously that's the final night. I mean, they're purposely making it, like, really difficult and... Yeah. I'll beat it offline when I'm probably not live streaming. Just right now, I'm just... my attention span is just not 100% there right now. Alright, so... let's see. The VR would have been nice. I would have just turned my head, like, where he was. That would have been pretty cool. I don't know what smooth rotation's for. Stop that. All right, give me 1 second, guys, because I gotta send this kid off the bed here really quick. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Alright, guys, we gotta figure out what we're gonna be doing here. Unbelievable. Like, that's crazy, guys. Like, what the heck is wrong with Nights number 6? I get, like, at the end every time. Then my game wants to act weird or something, or I get glitched. Alright, let's see what we got here. Alright. I mean, they gotta make it challenging though, right? I mean, I get it. They make it too easy. Okay. Yeah, too many distracting sound effects, right? Probably for VR. Yeah, I think VR would have been nice. You know, I mean, this is definitely a VR game. There's not much controls. It's just moving and pointing the light, pretty much. Gosh. So I'm real curious, guys. I'm really curious. So when I go live, how do you guys know I'm live? Let me know down below. What is it that notifies you? Like, what is your choice of notification? Like, what's your preferred method? Like, do you wait for the email? Does Discord let you know? Does the platform let you know? Just let me know, guys. I said Discord. Okay, so Discord's a good way. Luck if I'm on Twitch or if I notice Discord mostly. So okay, so Discord seems to be the best for the most part. My comments are bugged, man. Like what I normally use, look at the chat's not working, guys, and it's annoying. Oh, now it's working. Hey, okay, now I can see. Okay. Wow. But of all in all, it seems like Discord is the best way. So I want to make sure I stay on top of our Discord. Okay. But I don't want to spam your guys' phones or desktops either. So I got to make sure usually once a day, you'll probably get a notification from my Discord server. What I hate is when you're on a Discord server and you get those unread bubbles. That is so annoying. Like right now, there's this one server I'm on. I got 7 because they give me this they give me this tag where and people mention this role so much that I get spammed, and it's infuriating. Like I wish I can remove this role. I don't want it. Like if they mention my name, sure. Those unread bubbles are annoying. I know, but I can't help it because it's like right there. Supposedly, they did something. Like Discord has some kind of update or something, but it's not working in my favor for the most part. I don't know what's going on here, guys. I don't know anymore. I am hungry though. And I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna beat this game. It's showtime. Let's go. Let's do this. You guys can hear the game real good though, right?
He's getting really fast. Don't panic though.
I'm dead.
Just keep the rhythm going. Wake up, mommy. Don't let him win.
Really, man? That was my fault.
He's getting really fast. Don't panic though. Just keep the rhythm going. You can last. Not too much luck though. You'll be safe.
Come on. Almost had me. How come he doesn't want the dog? I gotta watch the vent because he's gonna try to sneak up through the vent now, guys. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Left the door open now. Not good. He's trying to come in on me. Can't let him in, guys. It's just fully charged up. I wish I could like save it like halfway. Be nice, right? Make sure he doesn't come behind me though. He almost had me. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Did it! Yes, finally. Wow, what's up, Duralis? What's going on, bro? Oh my gosh, guys. Wow. Are you kidding me? What the?
This is the last night that he can freely walk amongst the living, but it's also the night that he's the most strongest. Survive, Mommy. You're so close.
Wow. You gotta be kidding me. Ooh. I don't think so. Dang it, he's coming in. Ooh, charge him up. This is not fair, man.
You've got such pretty decorations. Don't get distracted.
No, the better. Dang it, really?
Mommy, try to look for the glowing eyes.
The game make you panic? Yeah, I think it's doing the complete opposite for me. Bro, I beat Night 6. This is the final level, and of course it's on Halloween, and it is driving me crazy. Alright, come on guys, let's beat this up here. Let me fix my chair here. Alright, come on, Mr. Boogeyman. You wanna play? Oh, you got me at the final level.
This is the last night that he can freely walk amongst the living, but it's also the night that he's the most strongest. Survive, Mommy. You're so close.
I'm going to. He gets me with that under the bed thing. The under the bed thing throws me off every time. I need to charge it up. Charge. Vent.
He's looking at you.
Oh, really? He's coming in through the window. Come on. Oh, no. Closet. I need to charge. Dang it! Ooh, it is hard. It is very hard. Ooh, man, guys, let me tell you, this level is like, in my mind, I think I got it, and then my hands tell me something else. So it's like close, but not close enough. Oh man, unbelievable. It is very hard though. It is very hard, Chaos. I mean, I'm trying. I don't want to give up because I'm like right there. I want to see the ending so bad. Right there, guys, and I screwed up too.
This is the last night that he can freely walk amongst brethren, but it's also the night that he's the most strongest. Survive, Mommy. You're so close.
If the light stayed on, I'd be good, guys. Wow. You didn't even, like, you see what I'm saying? Like that glitch, he went back to the window and he still got me somehow. Oh, night 4? Really? Well, I'm on Halloween and it's really Halloween. Savage Winter, what's going on? How are you? Not good, guys. We really got to figure out what we're going to be doing here. Let's do it. How do you change your coins here? They changed it. It's kind of the same thing, but it's just a different UI.
This is the last night that he can freely walk amongst brethren, but it's also the night that he's the most strongest. Survive, Mommy. You're so close.
Wow, he got me, guys. This,
Ears, as well as your
my
eyes.
gosh. You can't find it? So he stopped at night 4. Wow, that's crazy, Miss Atari. So Savage Winter, what you do is you go pretty much like, you know, like just hit your hit the people icon when you go to like your profile page, sort of, where you see like your all your profile things and account stuff. So like when you get there, just click your diamonds, and then you're gonna see cash out or convert. It's the same thing, but just a little different. I know it's just like I said, just it's like a different look to it. The conversion rate changed a lot, so you'll see definitely a difference in that for sure. Thank you for the share. I hope you had a good time on your game. Hopefully your game went really well. Okay, guys, Halloween. Come on, let's do this.
This
I got.
is the last night that he can freely walk amongst brethren, but it's also the night that he's the most strongest.
Well,
Survive,
obviously.
Mommy. You're so close.
Come on. Really? Wow.
Dark, Mommy.
You couldn't figure it out? Yeah, it's okay. It's hard. If you remember how you used to do it, it's kind of the same, but it's just it looks different. Dang it, man. Guys, this is hard. Oh, man, this is hard. Okay, come on. Come on. I gotta beat this. I'm like right there. I'm like at the tip. You know what I'm saying?
This is the last night that he can freely walk amongst brethren, but it's also the night that he's the most strongest. Survive, Mommy. You're so close.
Alright, come on. I'm gonna have to learn when I can do like when I can do recharge. Wow, he got me again. And the controller is shaking my desk. Guys, I need to
Let him win.
Thank you, Savage. I appreciate those. Like a bit of 1 diamond. I'm gonna unplug this and plug it back in because this controller is shaking my desk. Surprisingly, this game is controller support, so that's interesting. But I don't see a controller helping you in this game. You need to move quick with the camera. Oh my gosh. Am I playing Call of Duty later? If you guys request it, I'll do it. I might do a few rounds. Maybe I do need to grind on it though. I really do, guys. My son requested this, and then like I said, J13 guys coming in with the donation for this game. Like, Jay, I'm doing this for you, bro. I'm trying to beat it. You know what it is, Savage? It they've updated some of the gifts so it'll look like wait, what the heck? Am I glitched? Wait. Okay, so the hello one was 1 diamond and the rest were stars. Yeah. I finally completed the pistols missions. There you go. Dude, I've been slacking, bro. Guys, like, I tried to clear my hard drive and legit... Like, legit, I legit need to, complete some games, guys. We gotta knock some of these games out. Let's see who's online right now. Nobody's online. Wow. Give me a second, Savage. Let me look at my other phone and see. I don't even know if I have like this one on this phone. Let me check. Hold on. No, I don't. Of course I don't. Wow. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what happened. My OBS went crazy on me. What's wrong with my internet? Guys, it's being... Oh my dear jeez. Not working right. So yeah, Savage, you definitely probably need to update. So that's probably why it's not working. Couldn't load for you? Yeah, my OBS went completely off. It just... Or my stream software. It just connected and so did everything on my desktop. So that's how I know there's something. It's not you guys, it's me. I'm sorry. You don't see that option? Yeah, you probably need to update. I will just check the Play Store and see. Man, this game is driving me nuts. I'm gonna take a break from this, guys. I can't. And then you know what? It keeps cutting in and out, so I'm probably making like short videos now. Thank you, Thomas. Let's go ahead and see what happens. So when I do this, let's say I go to the main menu, right? There's Nightmare Night. It remembers I'm on Halloween, so that's good. The game remembers, guys, so I'll come back to this. Okay, guys. There you go, Thomas. There you go. Let's get the reindeers up in here. This is a creepy room. Like, this room ain't even like a normal child's room at all, guys. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and quit the desktop on that one. Appreciate you guys' patience. I'm surprised you guys were even to deal with me doing that. All right, so let me head over here real quick. I need to switch this off. Right. I'm just glad that I remembered, though. I tried to share that again. Wait, what? It didn't work? Okay, so. Okay, no problem, Savage. Sounds good. Yeah, I think once you update it, it'll work. If you're like, you're probably very, very far behind. I know you've been kind of gone for a while. That's definitely what could have happened. What time is it? It's 1 in the morning, guys. I don't have a lot of time. Why not? You guys said Call of Duty. I'll do a couple rounds. Let's do a couple. I would play Frosty Nights, but Frosty Nights is the same thing. You're just kind of like on the bed. I don't think I really want to do that right now. All right, so I'll get back to that. During the meantime, let me just get this ready here. Well, actually, I got other horror games to play too. So the game I really wanted to play today, guys, believe it or not, was Deadly Premonitions, the director's cut. I really wanted to play that game. But talk about frame rate. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's wrong with the game. It's crazy. So Home Sweet Home we did beat. We can uninstall that. It is 1 a.m. Yeah. Get rid of that later, actually. All right, so there's a couple other ones here. So what am I in the mood for? Oh, the baller. Well, I'm actually looking into it right now. The one I want to play, I'm having issues with. I'm actually troubleshooting that at the moment. Um, Jay, what are we gonna do about what's the name of the game already? I completely forgot the name of the game. Nightmare something. Yeah, last year the Nightmare. What are we gonna do about that game, man? It seems like they gave up on it. I think I'm gonna do. Really no option? Wow. That's crazy. I beat night 6, by the way. And the final night is Halloween night. Too hard. It was the final match. The doll said this is his last night for. All right, guys, give me 1 second. Hold on.
So he wants the girl.
Alright, so we gotta figure out what we're gonna do here, guys. I think we're going to do... They actually haven't given up on it? Really? What's the update? What's the scope on it? Like, I'm curious. Like, what's the scope on it, bro? Well, we're debating right now. I'm deciding. I know, right? Savage, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Honestly, it's so different on here now. Like, I'm not really stressing it. It's okay. I appreciate the thought, though. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. All right, so we gotta figure out what we're doing here, guys. It's that. Oh no, I know. No, you're okay. I really appreciate it though. Okay, guys. You know what? Screw it. We'll just do Call of Duty. I don't want to do another game and not invest enough time into it. Plus, I don't think I'm really wanting to stay up to like 3 in the morning. Not tonight though. And plus we had what, stream issues already tonight, and we're already like at 2.5 hours. So we really got, you know, about an hour and a half left, really. We're still working on it. Haven't seen any new news, but one of the admins of the channel said they were totally working on it. Gotcha. Savage, yes, I am. Okay. All right. So let's see if Screw it. I'll do Call of Duty. Let me take out my frustration, all that anger I had on Boogeyman. I'm gonna take it out, guys, with pistols and shotguns. That's what we're gonna do right now. All right, so let me change the title. Man, there's so many other games I want to play though. Actually, I don't even know if I want to do Call of Duty. I don't even know who's on right now. Let me see who's on. I don't really want to play by myself. I get bored very easily. Yeah, man. Last year was a fun game, bro. I want to play it so bad, but they won't. All right, give me one moment, guys. Man, la 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 la. La 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 la. Well, you know what I could play also? We have I think I know what we're gonna do. I got something for you guys. Give me 1 second. Boom 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 boom. All right, let me see if See, weekends are hard for me, Jay. Like, I'm not at my desk usually, so all these like betas during the weekdays are hard for me. I got something for you guys. Yo, how do you guys feel about what's her name? I know her as Rolina. What the hell's her name? Guys, from Walking Dead. She's gonna play Selena now. Rosalina, whatever her name is. Like, how do you guys feel about that? I'm gonna beat this game so I can knock it out of my hard drive. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Not on here. So many people leave in The Walking Dead. Yeah, it's probably getting close to the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, that series has just been going for so long. What more can they do? They put her whole life in one movie? Right. Well, now they're going to make this into a series. So this is going to be interesting. You know, and there's that big talk about J-Lo doing it and playing that role so great as Selena, and then now they're throwing in another actor, and you know, now we're having that issue where when the Sonic movie came out, guys, remember when Sonic came out, everybody was complaining about how Sonic looked and it didn't look like Sonic. Here we are now, we're having a Selena issue. So I don't know, we'll have to wait and see, guys. See what's up with that. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Boom, 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 boom. People always be mad, right? Very true. If they do this, they should have kept J Lo. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought J Lo did wonderful, did amazing. I mean, I understand J Lo's getting older and everything, but honestly, she still could play that part. But here's what I think, and this is my opinion. They probably don't want to pay J Lo that amount, so they ask someone else who was in their budget or price range, and here we have it. Okay, here we go, guys. We're gonna get started here in just a moment. Now the controller, I'm gonna take off. Leave that up there. Okay, guys, one moment.
This is Cargo Transport ADA on approach.
Transport ADA. This is Kohate Complex receiving.
We're seeking a temporary docking pass for the Kohate Complex. We have the next subject for Facility Bravo.
Copy. Temporary docking pass approved. Uploading access codes. You are clear for docking procedure.
Copy that.
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
All right, guys, here we have it. So let's go ahead and get started with this game called The Subject. Now,
All right, subject 134. Please step into the biolink system in front of you. Subject is potentially magnetic, as noted by MB tag on IQ test summary.
all right, so we're playing a game called The Subject, but this is going to be our first episode, guys. Probably a little short episode, if anything. So let's go. This is a game I've been wanting to play. It's just been kind of just sitting there, and let's see what it's all about. See what it is. It looked interesting, so kind of curious to see what's going to be going on and how this plays out. So first of all, let me go to options. All right, we need to check out some settings here, guys. Look sensitivity, good. Everything's turned on. VSync, turn it off. I want to play a high frame rate. Anti-aliasing, keep it on. Full screen on. Reflections on. Bloom on. Okay, so we have. Ooh, we can turn this up. Look at it. Okay, so right now I'm playing at 3840, at 2160, at 144 hertz. The shader, we'll go ahead and keep that on high. Yeah, what do you guys think? Yeah, we'll keep it on that. Okay, so then any lag, guys, or it look good? Smooth. Look at that. All right. Sitting there collecting dust. Yeah, it definitely was. Yeah, I hope they don't ruin it. And you're right. Using a celebrity like that and using her name and just making money, I mean, I think it's crazy. And you guys are right. A lot of times they're making reboots of everything because the first did so well. Developers are like, hey, let's throw out another one. And I don't know. That's crazy. But that's a really interesting topic. So what do you want me to go by, the intercom? Or to this thing? What am I looking at here, guys? I don't know what we're looking. Oh. Lock? Oh, it wants me to go right in there, the obvious. Okay. Before we go doing that, I forgot something. Wait. Yes, I do. I really do, guys. But I need your guys' help, though. Maybe I'll do something. Maybe if I hit a certain amount of viewers or subscribers, I'll cut off my hair. How's that? How do you guys feel about that? And it's a pretty big deal for me. So, like, I don't know. I'll have to figure out what numbers and where we want to set it to. Hey, what's up, Ninja? How are you, bro? All right, guys, let's follow it up. Wait, what do I gotta do here? I can't get in there. Oh.
Please remain still while your BioLink compliance collar is applied. Downloading biological history.
Can you guys hear the game really good?
Installing euthanization module. Calibration. All systems nominal. Collar diagnostic complete. Thank you. To exit.
Shave it bald. Ooh, I'll probably have to make the account. Okay, so what are we looking at, guys?
Compliance collar is successfully applied. MB134, you have been fitted with a BioLink collar and will need to visit an uplink terminal periodically for data collection, or you will be removed from testing by automatic injection. If your time limit becomes low, you will hear this sound. Please use the uplink terminal in front of you.
Oh my gosh, why is it doing this to me? Guys, I'm sorry. Imagine Tricks bald. Oh my gosh.
Timer reset. Thank you.
That would be
Now, we need
crazy.
to perform a simple test before we can move you into the complex.
We're not lagging, right, guys? We getting full frames here? I think we are, yeah.
Please proceed to the elevator panel. Please find the 3 data switches to activate the elevator panel.
What the heck am I playing? Online data ports. The heck? So oh, connected. Okay, hold on. I can't touch these anymore, so these are good then. Connected. All right. Oh. Oh. This is going to be a very... It reminds you of a Turing test? It does, right? It feels like we're in space.
Crouching may be helpful.
I am crouching. The heck? What the? Can't get in there. Guys, I'm stuck here. Wow, how was I supposed to see that? can't get in there. What was my views on Destiny 1? I think Destiny 1 was really good. I didn't really play 2 though, so I can't really judge 2. Guys, we got a problem. Can't get in there. Run, flashlight, use crouch. Crouching. 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 Okay, do I need to redo this again? I don't have a flashlight, so I can't use it. Wait, something not right here. Maybe I'm missing something. The game's broke already. I'm done. It is. It's definitely broke. Alright, so what happens if I main menu? It never saved.
Alright, subject 134.
Wow. Let's try it one more time. If it glitches again, I'm done.
Subject is potentially major, as noted by MB tag on IQ test summary.
I feel like I'm sitting so tall.
Please remain still while your BioLink compliance collar is applied. Downloading biological history. Installing euthanization module. Calibration. All systems nominal.
Wow. Okay.
Collar diagnostic complete. Thank you. You are free to exit.
Well, thank you.
Compliance collar is successfully applied. MB134, you have been fitted with a BioLink collar and will need to visit an uplink terminal periodically for data collection, or you will be removed from testing by automatic injection.
I hope this is not just what the game is. I mean, I don't mind it. It puts our brain to work,
You will
but...
hear this sound. Please use the uplink
Jay,
terminal in
you're
front of you.
silly, bro. Wow.
Timer reset. Thank you.
Now we need you to perform a simple test before we can move you into the complex.
Why do I feel like this doorway was so short for me?
Please proceed to the elevator panel. Please find the 3 data switches to activate the elevator panel.
Okay, so that should be raising up more then.
Crouching may be helpful.
Okay, why can't I get in there, guys? Am I missing something here? Wow. I'm too tall. I mean, are we sure this is what we're supposed to do? Am I missing something? Okay. Yeah, I don't think we can play this game, guys. Unless there's another hidden switch button somewhere. Hold on, I just hit that, but what did this do? Hmm. Right, it had to do something. Oh my god, and I'm getting stuck here. Like, why? What the heck is going on? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm supposed to be able to go in now? Okay. This is weird. I can't get in there. Okay, something wrong here. Let me change this to C. Okay. Wow. You can run and slide? If we were playing Call of Duty? Yeah, that's crazy, man. Guys, okay, what's wrong here? Okay, you sure there's not like another switch or something I need to do here? What if I go over here and crouch, right? Let's get myself real low here. Look, look, we're breaking a barrier or something. Okay. And then we're gonna go walk over here. Okay, I can't do nothing with this door frame here. Nothing with this. There's no way, guys. There's no way. Something's wrong. And I tried it twice. I did everything right. I can't take this anymore. Alright, guys. This is it. You and Mr. Tard did the same thing to subject, game. Crouch fix. Let me see if there's a issue with this. How to crouch, slide, spam. No, wait, what? Crouch toggle. Should be this one. Let's see. Um. This is weird. Maybe I'm just. It looks like it's not opening all the way, right? Okay, you know what I noticed? Okay, guys, hold on a second. Let me just do this. All right, so even in the beginning, I noticed that we stood way too tall. So let's try this again.
All right, subject 134, please step into the biolink system in front of you. Subject is potentially major brain task.
See, I can't even walk through here. Am I supposed to crouch here? Like, even right here. Like, what the heck? Wow. I want to watch a quick video. Alright, so this subject. Gameplay. Let's look at the beginning, right?
Description for the link, all right?
Oh. I don't think he had the crouch in it though. So I shouldn't have to crouch. This room, there was no crouching involved. You know what? Maybe because I'm skipping the video. How about that? Let's just actually watch it. Let's just watch the whole video, guys. Maybe because I skipped it, it breaks it. I don't know. Nearly 100 years ago, humanity began to populate the galaxy at an alarming rate. Unable to properly monitor such a widespread population, crime grew out of control. Looking for the fastest solution to a swelling crime epidemic, the government agrees to bid by commercial industry to police the galaxy. Hundreds of law enforcement companies appeared and began lobbying for the more strict laws to boost prisoner counts and profits. Crime plummeted, prisoner occupancy soared, and the divide grew between person and prisoner. Average people could be served with a massive sentence for even the smallest offense and be treated as subhuman. Prison overpopulation quickly became an issue, giving birth to the prisoner auction system as the best way to keep steady prisoner churn to bring in even more and more money. Prisoners can now be bought and used for anything but without legal ramifications. You have been purchased, black-bagged, and are in transit to an unknown buyer. Wow. Interesting.
This is Cargo Transport Ada.
This part reminds me of Resident Evil 1 when Bravo was like
Transport
Alpha.
Ada. This is Cohate Complex
No, we
receiving.
haven't found them yet.
We're seeking a temporary docking pass for the Cohate complex.
We got this,
have the
Mr.
next
Sorry, don't
subject
worry, we
for
got this.
facility
We're gonna get through
Bravo.
this right now. We have to get through
Copy.
this. There's me. My guy is so tall.
Temporary docking pass approved.
Works out too much.
Uploading access codes. You are clear for docking procedure.
Copy that.
I'm not skipping this part, guys. Watch it all.
We are docked. This is Officer 198, finalizing release orders to Biomass Labs. Shipment 2099. Copy. Releasing the prisoner now. Alright, trash. Get up.
Bring in the next subject, please.
You aren't our problem anymore.
Okay, so this is me. Ah, it took off real quick. Look at that.
Start log. Subject has arrived.
Welcome to the Kohei testing facilities. You are now the property of Biomass Laboratories. Subject MB-134 of Bulk Purchase Order 2.099.
Alright, subject 134. Please step into the biolink system in front of you. Subject is potentially Magenoid, as noted by MB tag on IQ test summary.
Same thing. I shouldn't have to crouch in there. I did kind of crouch.
Please remain still while your BioLink compliance collar is applied. Downloading biological history. Installing euthanization module. Calibration.
I think I broke it again.
All systems nominal.
I'm gonna try the boards again this time. Okay, so it's not in my head.
Diagnostic complete. Thank you. You are free to exit.
Compliance collar is successfully applied. MB-134, you have been fitted with a BioLink collar and will need to visit an uplink terminal periodically for data collection, or you will be removed from testing by automatic injection. If your time limit becomes low, you will hear this sound. Please use the uplink terminal in front of you.
Yeah, this is weird. I don't understand it.
Now we need you to perform a simple test before we can move you into the complex.
Okay.
Please proceed to the elevator panel. Please find the 3 data switches to activate the elevator panel.
Am I supposed to do this? What was that, like a reset switch or something? And that's without even hitting that switch.
Crouching may be helpful.
Oh god. I'm done, guys. Okay, I quit. Nope. Doesn't look like Doesn't look like we're gonna be playing this game. Nothing we can do. We can't hit none of the board panels. We can't hit any of these. No more of the switches. No more of this panel. This door doesn't want to open. We can't do anything with these, that. Can't do anything with this. The door, no. And we can't crouch through the hole. Just wow. That's all I'm gonna say about that one, guys. Just wow. Okay. We're not playing that game. Yeah, it's so weird. It's okay. It's all good. I'm gonna uninstalling it right now. Like Jay said, it's gonna clear out space on my hard drive anyway. We'll do a different one, guys. Give me just a moment. Let me actually cancel this out real quick. I can't believe it. Wow, the game. Okay, so for what I read, it seemed like it was a very puzzling game, but there was something that would chase you. So I was kind of excited to play it, and doesn't really seem to be the case right now. So. Alright, so the game's uninstalled. Great. Okay. Now we could try... Yeah, give up on that one. Dum 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 dum. What can I do here? Let me see this one real quick, guys. Give me a second. Look at you guys with your stats. You like to join show or show off your joint date? There's nothing wrong with that, guys. That's why it's there. You guys can show it off all you want. Okay. Okay. It's that 5-year count. Ooh. Do I still play Destiny 1? No. Ooh, stretch it. Stretch it. Wow, Dorel's playing GTA 5. Dude, I thought about playing it again, but it's a very, whew, man. Once you get on those RP servers, bro, it's very grindy, so make sure it's something you want to get yourself into. But if you like MMOs or you like role-playing, it's something you're into, which you play Ark and Atlas, so you should be fine. You should be alright, bro. Alright, guys, let's try this again. Right? We will have to try this again. Alright, so let's get this here. Alright, guys. I never beat the story myself.
I need my inhaler.
Alright, guys, thank you so much for tuning in once again. Now, this time we're actually going to try a game called Never Again. Now, Daddy says standing still won't get you anywhere. So we got the WASD and camera. Stop moving to continue. Okay, cool. We need our inhaler, guys. My character's freaking out, yo. Everyone always tells me that I'm very curious. I need to find a way into the very little space and touch everything. Grab physical objects into a chair, door, blah, blah, blah. Use, pick item, view, interact with things from the inventory or surroundings. Look into the keyhole. Wow, this is everything. Just hope the game don't break. Hopefully this works. I have a server, just have no clue how to set it up on the GTA 5 server. Yeah, good luck with that, Doralis. Talk to Jay. Jay might know about that. But if you want to like host like an actual legit server, it's Thank you, Ninja. Oh, that's you? Big J, I appreciate it, bro. Yeah, I would say go for it, bro. GTA, oh, I don't know if you're trying to do like roleplay servers or deathmatch servers or stunt servers, whatever, but I would check out the websites, make sure it's something that you want to get yourself into. Alright, guys, we have to look for our inhaler. Wherever it's at, is it in the drawer? I need to pull the box swords away from myself, open to close it. Okay. No, nothing. Nothing!
I can't breathe.
I'm trying, girl. What? Ooh, look outside. It looks nice out there.
Dad, I need my inhaler.
Okay, you can't breathe. You need your inhaler. I'm trying. Bear with me here. I got a teddy bear to carry. Teddy bear, where's my inhaler? Where the heck is my inhaler? He's like, oh, I don't know. It's in here somewhere. Oh, it's in there? Okay, hold on. Let me check. I just died. I did not find my inhaler. Wait, what? What the? What just happened? I'm playing as a girl? Wow, the physics are real. What just happened here, guys? Where are we? Beautiful scenery so far. I like it. Yo, I couldn't find the inhaler for the life of me, guys. Look at this. You can see your body. Oh my God. Already big thumbs up on that one, guys. I love games where you can see your character model. Now, I understand there's probably no head figure on me, but we're never going to notice that because we're playing in the first person's perspective. You think it was under the bed? I think it was too, but I don't know where we are now, guys. We got to figure it out. Are we like in a lighthouse or something? What the heck is that?
Wait for me.
Emma? I'm Emma. How do I crouch? Whoa. Oh, it's a way to continue. Alright, guys, we got this. Come on. Alright, if I look closely, I can find things and places that aren't immediately obvious. Stare to continue. Oh. I hate when I have asthma attacks. It scares me a lot. Use the inhaler to continue. That's my inhaler? R?
Who's there?
This is a weird game. So why am I standing on the chair then? Now let's climb down. Oh. 715.
It won't open.
It won't open. Alright, what about the clock? What time is it? Oh my, I don't think we want to open that door, guys. And that was a very weird inhaler indeed. I don't think we want to go through there. 715, what is that for? Oh, the lock? On it.
I forgot the box code.
What was it? $715, right? Yeah, 715. All right, let's try it again, guys.
It worked.
Yay! Ooh, creepy dolls. What's wrong? Nothing wrong with that. All right, so everything I need is in this diary. All right. Ooh, wow. Everything is like in real time in this game. Look. Oh. She turns with her diary. Look at that. Wow. And I get to choose like. Sometimes when I'm very tired of being around other people or just don't want to tell something to my mom, I write about my thoughts in this diary. It knows everything about me. It's like, it's a part of me. All right, that's interesting. Doll is very creepy. I agree. Okay. All right, let's check out the memories here real quick. Ants, suffocation. Perhaps this is a very strange word for a 15-year-old girl, but unfortunately, it has been with me for as long as I remember. It is difficult for me to live surrounded by strangers. I think that all I need is my family, but my mom says that people need society, that we need to communicate with each other or we'll go crazy. Dad often visits my school to remind my teachers and to inform new teachers that I have asthma. Okay. Yeah, turn the page. All right, notes. Cleaning.
My mom told me to clean my room.
Mom asked me to put all my toys away in the chest. Okay. Oh my god, her eyes are closed! Yo, that's creepy! Say what? A doll eye close. Yo, can somebody clip that? Say what? I clip it right now, actually. Yo, that is wicked, yo. I like that. Like that's interesting indeed. Put this doll to the side. Let's put our toys away, guys. Need to put our toys away. At 15 years old, why you got like these cubes in your room like a toddler? I don't understand what's going on here. Oh no, it didn't work. Oh no. My chat's messed up. Oh gosh. Did it come in chat for you guys? You'd be burnt out by that doll, right? Big J, don't worry. We're gonna be scared together, bro. Don't worry, guys. We got this. Oh man, I wanted to clip that too, but it's all good. All right, let's close these drawers. Let's clean our room so mommy be happy. Wait, did I have toys up here or something?
Stefan is really little here. He looks so silly.
What happened with my bot's being weird again, guys? I'm sorry. I can't clip anything, unfortunately. Dun 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 dun. All right, so we're getting the room cleaned up. Yep.
I could fall down.
All right, did I clean my room? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Where
whoa.
did it come from?
It went out the window? I'm confused right now. What is going on in this game? Yo, man, they do a lot in this game. I like this. This is like, there's a lot of like creativity in this. Like, this is interesting indeed. My character is foreign. I'm not really sure what culture or what race. I need to restart my bot, guys. Hold on. I can't. I think this WebSocket thing is ruining my bot right now. Hold on. Having major issues here. Okay, are we connected? I think we're connected. Okay, now we're looking good. Hope we're not lagging or anything, guys. All right, we're going in, but I can't go in with like. I can't look at that. Like, looks so real, and look at the shadows in this game. Oh my god, they're on point. Imagine if I mess with this with my NVIDIA controls, like the amount of like realism I can put into this game. Like, I love this engine. Like, this engine is just so far on. Oh, so we're going into a whole new area right now, guys. So let's be careful. What the heck is this? I'm in a locker of some sort. Do I have like a
What was that? Am I asleep?
Yeah, it's really cool. I like it. Like her leave the cave. What are we doing here, guys? Left shift to run. Oh my god, look at this.
I need to think.
Oh my god, we're playing as a child. We're a 15-year-old girl in this game, supposedly.
I need to think.
This is impressive, man. They're using a lot in this game. That's crazy, man. What do you guys think so far? Alright, let's keep this up. So you don't look good. Whoa. Hold up. We're already getting into mannequins now, guys. Hold on. Time out. Give me a break. Alright. Oh, we could throw it. I just realized there's something hanging. Okay, so we're Ooh. We gotta cross this bridge? She looks like she's around 10, right? Let's go, guys. Oh gosh, can I fall? Oh yeah, I can fall. Oh, my character's moving. Oh gosh.
Don't look down.
What am I doing? I'm looking down. Okay, look forward. Oh, I got a fear meter. Oh, don't look down, guys. Ooh, so she was freaking out. Okay, so we got a panic meter, guys. We gotta really watch then. Good morning. What's this?
The mirror is broken.
It's broken, you say. Okay. It's really dark, guys. I do apologize for that. What is that? That looks dangerous. Oh, let's see what we're doing
One
here.
part is missing. The mirror is broken. It's too dark. I really don't want to go there without a light.
Okay, well then we won't go there without a light. So there's a light beaming right here. So what if I turn this? There's another locker thing. I can't turn this though.
One part is missing.
I mean, some of the... Wait a minute. Ooh. I mean, the light's beaming here, so I need to turn this around, but...
The mirror is broken.
Can't see, guys. It's so dark in here. Nothing inside there. Oh, wait a minute. It's my inhaler. Yeah, we're gonna need that one. Yeah, we did get a note. Things. Did I grab anything? No, we just got the inhaler and then that thing. So I got an extra inhaler, which is good. The lighthouse. So there was a lighthouse. The shaman lie are everywhere. Please don't believe your eyes. It must be disappear somewhere. It will explode and die. Oh, that's the mirror I just broke. Okay, the mirror riddle. You can eliminate the key with these mirrors, but one is broken. Okay. So we need a piece. Where's the piece?
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Okay. Do I need to go backwards? I see it. Oh, shoot. I gotta go back, guys. There's a piece in the mirror right over there. Don't look down. Okay, so we got that chunk of mirror hanging out from the rock. Once we grab that, we're gonna put that into the mirror. And then we're gonna be able to reflect the sunlight coming down from up top. And then we're gonna beam it over to whatever that is in that backspace she's scared to walk towards. Alright, so we made it. Good stuff. Alright, she just grabs a piece of glass like nothing. Okay. Ready, mannequin? Woo! Water splashes. Now I'm impressed. I like that. Very good indeed. I like the music too. It's like really settling, right? Like really calm. At least this game works. Sorry about the last game, guys. For those that saw me play the last game, I'm truly sorry about that. I don't know what the cause of it is. I'll just reinstall it, see what happens. Okay. All right, piece of glass.
One part is missing.
How do I do this? Things? Oh, okay, there we go. Now I'll turn it around. Jay's screaming it up over there, guys. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get this to this one here. Is it beaming on it? Oh, now it is. Okay, now it's confirmed that it's beaming. Gotcha.
I get it.
Yay! We did it! Woo! Yay! The mirrors need clean! Yeah, they do. They really do need cleaning. That mannequin hand and this stone. This doesn't add up right. What am I supposed to do with this?
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
Okay, let's see. I think we're done here, guys. So what's with this new item we got here? We got a, what a strange thing. It reminds me of a ship's wheel. I think I can find a good use for this gizmo. Right, but where? Probably back across.
Again.
Yeah. Let's be very cautious here, guys. What's on the other side moving? I see something moving. Or is that the torch? I don't remember that, though. I don't want to fall off, guys.
What is that?
Oh no 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 no! Climb up! Climb up! Yikes! She just stays on the bridge. Oh my gosh, guys, we need our inhaler right now. That's crazy. Next to the mirrors! Okay, let's see what else we got here.
No way.
Uh-huh. Oh. Wow. Spooky. Bunch of baby men.
Looks like a sea of dolls. Where did they come from?
This girl has a weird way of thinking about things, guys. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Whoa, 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 whoa. That almost hit me.
Flashlight.
Wait a minute, there's a doll in the back. My doll in the room. Oh, that melted. Well, how do I... Oh. So what does that mean? It shows the teddy bear with the sword, and then there's my doll. So I got my two toys for my room right now, guys. She has something on her. I can't get it though. Maybe I come back for it.
Oh no, it's you. I'm not scared of you anymore. I don't need my inhaler right now.
Ooh, we're being chased. Don't look at it.
I might need this later.
Yo, guys, we gotta be careful. Our character is freaking out right now. She's about to pass out. Okay, so we don't want to go out there and get caught, guys. What am I supposed to do? I don't think we're supposed to stay here the whole time. Oh, don't look at him. Don't look at him. I'm in big trouble, guys. Shoot. She won't let me use it. Bleh.
8, 9, 10. Here I come.
What the heck? Okay, here we go again.
That's strange. It doesn't work. It's broken. Stefan and Dad like to make all sorts of things. I wonder what inspires them.
What is all this? Oh, wait a minute. My doll. Dad's old flashlight. This is the only source of light being in the dark.
That isn't. It doesn't. That's the wrong way.
Okay. I need to put this somewhere, guys. Oh, why did I do that?
8, 9, 10.
Aw.
Here I come.
Did I really just try to touch an electrical wire, Tricks? Really, man? Really? I should have known. Alright. Alright, let's go, guys. So, whoops. And whoops. Do I still have my items. Okay. Yeah, you want to play hide and seek. Sure thing.
You're fired! Yeah.
Yes. Fired.
That isn't right. It doesn't fit. I might break it.
Oh, turn on the power to open the door.
Can't find you.
What the heck did I just do? Yo, this is... That made me jump. I thought I got it. I'm like, yay. And I was shocked that even happened. Get it? Oh, whoa. What the? Did I just get pushed? Wow, that was creepy. Oh, he's in front of me. Shoot. Alright guys, we gotta be careful. Alright, so we had the that little piece which we did put back. What's with the cages?
That's strange. It doesn't work.
There's different power lines here, guys.
It's locked. It won't open.
Not good.
I can't find you. No way in. I think that's all. I hope Mom won't get mad. Stefan? Mom? Dad? Where are you? Why is it so cold in here? Stefan? Open the door! It's locked. It won't open.
Wow, I'm sorry guys, that was my fault. That was really my fault on that one.
Mom?
Checking this room first. This is the bathroom? Yeah. Oh my god, we can see herself. That's impressive. What's in here? Ooh, that's creepy. Huh. Okay, let's see what else we got here, guys. I think we're about to check out Mom's room, so this is gonna probably be spooky shinoobity in a weird, creepy attic. We don't want to do that. Let's look inside.
Who's there? Mom? Mom? Is that you? Mom? Is that you?
No, that didn't look like your
Open
mother.
the door, Mom. Mom? Is that you? Mom? Open the door, Mom. Mom? Is that you? Mom? Is that you? Mom?
Is that you?
Is that you? Open the door, Mom.
Love it. Yo, that was some freaky stuff, yo. We're in trouble. Okay, I think we're pretty clear here. And the good news is everything's running pretty smooth. All right, let's see what else we have. We're gonna go back down. Be very cautious. Let's just hope for the best, guys. Shoot, something's wrong with Mom. She looks possessed, and Stefan, he's just playing with the ball in the room, and
The house
he's
is so dark.
all right. We're gonna have to use our perception things here, guys, and figure this out. So we got another mirror here. Are we gonna do
Why
another?
are the windows boarded up? Mom? Dad?
My character's freaking out right now. Look at this. This looks cool. Can we leave? Can we go outside? Oh, it's not outside. This is like part of the house. Oh my god, my character blinks, guys. Look at that. That's cool. I'm pretty good at it. I'm pretty good. Did you accidentally mute yourself? Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. What is that? Fire? So my character starts freaking out a lot, I notice. Let's see what's in this door. Looked like somebody walked by. Let's try to use the phone.
Silence. I guess it doesn't work.
We're not even getting signal on a landline, guys.
The telephone is broken.
Oh, these doors open.
Stefan?
Yeah, something bad happened here, guys. Something's not right. We can hide behind curtains. This would be interesting. Yeah, I always do, guys. I'm sorry. So we can hide there. Alright, so it looks like we got a clock up there.
This clock has always worked fine. Where could the part be?
Oh, it's missing.
This clock has always worked fine. Where could the part be?
Uh-oh, what's in here? Don't know what that is. The phone wants to work all of a sudden. Bad idea. But we're gonna do it anyway.
You don't need light to see.
Wait, what the heck? So it felt like myself was talking to myself, like I called myself. Sometimes the light calms me down. Okay. Not going upstairs yet.
Stefan?
Not good, guys. Not good. I'll definitely take that.
It would be good to light a fire. It's getting cold and this temperature could trigger an asthma. I'll be dead someday.
That's creepy, man. Huh.
No way in.
So we have to go upstairs, guys. Not a good thing. Do I go in here and hide? Oh. We're hiding in the bathtub, guys. That's crazy. Are there like light switches or anything?
It's broken.
Of course it is.
It's locked. It won't open.
Wait, what the? Didn't she just say it won't open? Oh my god, my own reflection just scared me. Something ain't right here, guys. This is Stefan's room. Oh, that's all his shoes? He has a cool choo-choo train. Okay. I think I just found the logs too. Okay. Why would you try to break the mirror tricks? We want to light the fire, right? Is that what we're doing? Okay, that's 2 out of 4 pieces of wood, guys. I'll at least warm up the play. I'll just take some chair sticks here. That would have worked.
No way in. It's locked.
Oh. This wasn't open before. Oh god, this is bad.
Stefan?
Potatoes. I'll take that. Okay, we got another piece of wood. Bunch of spoons and forks. Towels.
How awful! Poor Olivia! Who could have done this? I'm telling my mom.
Okay. There's nothing in the fridge. Even draining water, guys. Alright,
That's strange. It doesn't work.
That is very strange indeed. Yeah, I know something bad's gonna be happening here very soon, so let's brace ourselves for that.
My hands are going numb.
Alright, 3 out of 4, guys. One more piece.
It won't open. No way in.
Back upstairs.
Mom? Mom? Is that you? Mom?
It's not your mom.
It's locked. It won't open.
Okay. Wow, we got a bunch of brushes in here.
I don't need to experiment.
Okay, we need one more piece of wood.
No way in.
Am I missing any more wood pieces here? Alright, we got a password here, guys. Or what could it be?
This is Stefan's favorite toy.
Okay, so
It doesn't work for some reason.
huh.
It's broken.
Put that chair over there, guys. We're not gonna need that right there. Interesting. Okay, let's see.
Toy train. Toy train. toy train.
A chat bugged again? Okay, so I need something to open up this room. What can it be? Oh. Got a note here, guys. Hold on, we got things here. Bunch of those. Just batteries, nothing unusual. Oh, don't tell me it's for the flashlight. The wish. Yesterday was the third time I made a wish at the lighthouse. All I want to do is see Emma. But the wish didn't come true. It's just a fairy tale about some old lighthouse. So it's stupid imagination. I need to find Emma since no one wants to look for her. I hope Stefan will help me. Oh boy. Today's Stefan's birthday. He's 10. Our parents thought for a long time about what present to get him. They decided to give him a model railroad that runs on batteries. I think this is a great idea, and Stefan will be glad to. I think I know what we got to do here, guys. Back to the notes, the things. Get the batteries equipped. Oops, screwed up. There we go. Oh, hold on. There's the password's on top of it. 213 or 123. Two. 1.
It worked.
Yay. No, Stefan was playing with matches again. He's going to burn down a house someday. Dad will be angry, so we need that to light the fireplace. A pine cone, the small part from a cocoa clock. Dad was looking all over the kitchen for the dining room for this very long time so he could fix the mechanism for the clock. My favorite place to hide is behind the curtains or the screen because no one can see me behind them. But from the inside, I can see Stefan concentrating really hard and struggling to find me. Wait, what the heck? Dad taught me how to light a fire. I need at least 3 dry logs, some paper, and some matches. Oh! Some paper. Okay, guys, so we need some paper. Hold on. Where'd that piece of paper go I just had right here? Oh, right here. Got it. Let's grab it. I would have been looking all around. Now the matches. Hopefully this will heat up the place.
Who are you?
What was that? Yo, not cool, man. Oh gosh, you guys saw that? That was like a tall woman.
That isn't right. It doesn't fit. I might break it.
Find Stefan and the parents. I think we gotta go upstairs, guys. Try looking at the map without the flashlight. Huh. Alright, we're going upstairs. Oh, that door opened, yo. She came out. Screw that.
It won't open.
I don't want to be in here. So many shoes. I know, look at this. Jeez, my mother loves wearing shoes in this game. Got a piano, another door. What is this? Not good, guys.
4 o'clock.
Just close. 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 And nothing. And that is how you play a piano. Okay, too much pun on the piano. I hope it works because I really want to clip that, guys. This is interesting. I love that you can play a freaking piano. Like, impressive. Wow. I'm scared, guys. Hold on, let me move this chair out the way. What did we just look at, guys? What in the world? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is the door open? You guys need to tell me somebody walked out of there. What?
I don't need my inhaler right now.
Yo, you guys didn't tell me the door opened. Woo! That was freaky.
Did Stefan summon the Queen of Spades without me? I can't believe he hasn't raised the stairs. Who's there?
Whoa. Oh. Find a way out of the Looking Glass world. Oh gosh, guys, whatever it is, it dragged us in. Not good, guys. Not good at all. What do you guys think so far about the game, though? Pause it up for a second. What do you Yeah, what do you guys think so far about it? Anything? Do you guys like it? Is it interesting? It's awesome. I like it too. I think it's great. It's really good. All right, guys, let's continue on here. So we do have a cabinet thingy to come into. So we're probably going to be running and hiding again. We're in the mirror.
Is anybody here?
Ugh. What is it? Eagle?
Looks like this is the same bird as in the flashlight.
It is. Okay, so what do I do with this? My dad used the screwdriver to build me a swing out in the yard. I even helped him tighten some screws. It was fun. Okay, so what did I do now with that stick?
That isn't right. It doesn't fit. I might break it. That isn't right.
Two black ravens are soaring above you. 4 eyes. There is no scar under skin. Just stay. It will be only our battle. Don't give up. We have one chance to win. Oh gosh, is that what's going on up there? Oh, it looks like we got a little puzzle here, guys.
No way in.
It's locked. 2 black ravens. 4. 2 black ravens are soaring above you. 4 eyes. There is no scar on the skin, just stay. It will be only our battle. So 2, 4 something? That's what I'm thinking. Hold on. Let's go back, guys. We're missing something here. Wow. Okay, so we get one note saying 2 black ravens, 4 eyes. So there's a puzzle with this, guys. 2 black ravens, 4 eyes. Bunch of brushes just all over the ground here. And I need to figure out this puzzle somehow. Are we missing anything? Two black ravens are soaring above you. Hold on a second. I did grab
That isn't right. That's the wrong way.
Hold on a second. Huh. That's weird.
That isn't right.
So this has to go into something.
That isn't right. It doesn't fit. I might break it. That's the wrong way. That it doesn't fit. I might break it. That isn't right.
Huh.
That isn't right.
Alright, so I'm stuck here, guys. The only thing I got is there's a black raven on the wall. And... two black ravens are soaring above you, 4 eyes. There is no scar. So 2, 4. One. 2, 4, 1. Alright. Let's try something here. Ready? This would be 2, 4. Last one is 1.
I get it.
Oh, I got it? Oh, that was luck. Oh gosh. This tank just came out of nowhere.
It's locked.
Okay, so I got it. So the two ravens, 4 eyes, the 0, I don't know how I got that, but the 1 I did understand. That's one thing I did notice was 2 ravens, 2, 4 eyes, 4. There is no scar, 0, and this is we have 1 chance to win. That was tricky and smart. I like it. I think we got to go through where that tank was, guys. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, guys. You're very welcome. But thank you guys for coming through. So this tank legit just came out of nowhere, guys.
It won't open. No way in.
That's dangerous. Like it's got like his handprints all over the place. Jay's raging right now. Jay, what happened, bro?
Dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita, dame tu cosita, ay, dame tu cosita,
Muerde para aquí, muerde para allá.
dame tu cosita, ay.
I have to switch it up every time, right? So it's not always the same. Trying to. Holy sh! What the? Who's in that scarf, man? It's got to be the boy, right? Stefan, maybe? Wait, what the? Where'd the door go?
Stefan?
Why would you want to pull that? Guys, I'm scared. What the? Yo, what just happened, yo? What the? It's a little boy or whoever that is hiding right there. Oh man, that is some spooky spookity right there. Mm-mm-mm.
В моем доме вы плохо себя ведете.
What the? That was pretty cool, guys. Give me just a moment. Let me hit that BRB real quick, guys. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go check something real quick. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back to the scene. Definitely an interesting game. She might be coming in. She's coming in, guys. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Wow. She does look like the Joker now that you mention it. Yo, Trix, what the heck, bro? I screwed up, guys. Jeez, so what am I supposed to do here? Look at everybody moving and hiding. Oh, I screwed up. She looks psycho. Okay, alright. You got me again, lady. Yo, I'm dying so much, guys. It's unreal. I like these like respawning scenes though. They're very, very interesting. I like them a lot. Alright, so we get here, then what? What am I supposed to do here? Alright, so this brings us back to this world, right? Whoa, did she see me? She's like one of those, That's crazy. I can like see her in the other world. Wow. Okay, so I got a little safe zones here. That is cool. She opens the gates.
Stefan, is that you? I'll save you. It's locked.
What the heck is going on here? So what do I gotta do here? Okay, alright.
No way in.
I'm scared of going there because I know this lady's gonna get me. Alright, so a long piece of burlap. I can use it to keep warm if it gets colder, or I can hide under it. Now we got the cuckoo clock. We can finally fix that whenever we just get back to the house. There's different areas to go to here, guys. Wow. So that's the room we need to go into. She looks crazy. That was the one that was looking at me. Alright, well, let's get through there, I guess. How come they get to hide and she doesn't attack them? Oh, I'm in trouble. Okay. I see the power. Yikes. Come on, I gotta figure this out. Can't use my inventory while I'm here. Okay, I think we got that power turned on, guys, which is good. Man, these guys are moving. It's so weird. Like, who are they? Alright, so I don't think she comes this way, which is good. Thank goodness she moves. Okay, so there's nothing I do with that box then. What the? That face, man. Oh my gosh. We should see how this game actually saves though, because guys, it's like 3:30 in the morning. I can't right now, Iridarn. I'll probably I'll get on sometime soon. I could probably try to get on this weekend or something. Oh, that's her eating me? Say what? So I play as these other ones? So I switch around? Yo, that's crazy. I like what this game does though, like with everything. I'm sorry, Jay. Yeah, it's late. It's late. And actually, I'm like 52 minutes over my stream time. All right, guys. I actually got to get up in about like 3 hours, take my son to school. So let me power nap here. We're going to go ahead and take a break. And we still got this game to finish. We'll be doing some CFDs real soon. I'll keep you guys posted on that. And then, again, I'm looking at the games on my hard drive. We're going to beat these games, clear them out, and get some hard drive space, guys. All right, so let me go ahead and head up out of here. Let me just see how this works, though. So it looks like... so if I hit exit, what happens if I exit?
Play with headphones for a more immersive experience.
Oh, that's impressive. I like that. Like the sound just went from like one side to the other on my headphones. Like that's incredible. The picture just changed. What? Okay, the game remembers, but it starts as right here.
Stefan?
That's crazy. All right, guys, let me get up out of here. Have a good night. You too. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. I'll catch you guys in the next broadcast. Thank you for everything, guys, and I'll see you then. Bye.